We still have people arriving, so I want to make sure everybody hears everything. Hey Lou, did you locate the cruise? Did you locate the guys?
She comes from the mountains of New York, so.
Thank you, Christine. Well, maybe no one is aware, but we are carpenters. So, so we have our carpenter hat on right now, and we're telling everybody that let's gather up. This is what we do for a living is carpentry. So
Yeah, and if you don't work hard enough, they retire you.
he's still the vice president. And
And then
here's the one. Is anybody else arriving, or should we start? Don't worry about signing in, guys. Just come in, please. Just please come in. We're late. All the deck staff's here, Lou. Okay, so I know this is not a part of this program, but I just wanted to let you know what we were going through this week. We are a weatherization assistance company. We also do lead remediation for the state of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. And I got a call a week ago that my inspector demanded to inspect yesterday the 10 houses that we just did. Needless to say, my crew is usually here helping. So my dad and I emptied the trash the day before. He jumped on the back of the truck. We had to help him back down. Then I had to lift those big, heavy trash bags into the dumpster. And yesterday, my amazing chef and her team had to do the same thing. But today we have NAC staff. We passed all our inspections because we have to do these things to pay for this place. And we have 28 amazing staff. And I just want to say thank you to my staff for running the show, even though I wasn't available. I did have my phone on Do Not Disturb, and they handled it, and we passed the inspection, and now we get paid, which is super important. So I just want to say thank you, that. And I'm going to hand it over, and thank you everybody for coming again today. And I'm going to hand it over. We can start the program, but this was just so important for me to let you guys know what we went through this week to make this happen. So thank you.
Fantastic. Well, welcome everyone. We've had a couple of, sure, absolutely.
Because I was thinking about inspections. But I wanted to say something that I might never tell you, and it is very important. This year, Kai was awarded the highest possible reward that the New Jersey State Council of the Arts gives. She is a New Jersey Heritage Fellow.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So I'm Dr. Ginger Fonte Sarnak, and I'm pleased to be able to moderate this next panel and to bring really great speakers to the attention of all of you. So our first speaker this morning is going to be Dr. Greg Latanzi, currently Associate Professor at Temple University in Philly, Assistant Curator of Anthropology Laboratory and Museum. Recently retired from New Jersey State Museum, where he was also a curator there for archaeology and ethnography. So there's so many different great things in his study that you're going to see. So today we're going to hear him chat about revolutionary times, indigenous ceramics in New Jersey. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lahanty.
So I'll have to say next for the next slide, I guess, then somebody will. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Ty, for the invitation. As was just said, I have sort of quasi-retired from the New Jersey State Museum in Trenton, and I am now at Temple University. So next. Great. The Smithsonian Institution put out a nice handout for non-native people like myself to have proper terminology, which I use for talks and discussions. But one of the overarching themes in this handout, which is available online, is the fact that you should ask, right? So that is one of the things that I try and do and ask when first starting. So I'm going to set the stage next. There we go. Setting the stage. So I'm going to be talking about a specific time period in New Jersey and the Mid-Atlantic region. So I'm not confining to New Jersey specifically, but New Jersey plays a central role as it should. So the early woodland period, this is when ceramics, we start to see ceramics being used. Uh, so that's around 1000 to 500. Middle woodland period, 500 BC to CE, 8 or 900, and then the late woodland period. And over this time, you'll see ceramics, pottery change, depending on specifically where you are in the state, because of the resources and the materials that they use to make pottery. Next. So early on, yeah, in 1901, the Bureau of American Ethnography published a large volume of ceramics in the United States. We're just going to concentrate on this eastern seaboard, and they divided it up into certain groups because they were looking at pottery, and the designs could be sectioned into different um, geographic locations, which of course is not something we do today. Next. One of the questions, I'm sorry, that's a little small, but one of the questions archaeologists try and ask when we look at ceramics, when we look at pottery shards, because obviously when we excavate, most of them are broken. Occasionally we'll find a whole vessel. But do specific ceramics and their distributions across an area follow specific group movement? So can we track people across the landscape? Can we measure the degree of interaction between groups based on the number of shared attributes evident in the ceramic industry? So if we look at specific drawings or incised lines or space in the ceramic over at many sites, can we identify sharing of attributes amongst different groups? How many of the ceramic similarities between geographic areas reflect communication between these groups bonded by a common language custom? So, based on the archaeological evidence and of course looking at ethnographic research, trying to understand, are we looking at and can we define group membership based on ceramics or the distribution of ceramic? Next. So we assume that ceramics are in the beginning mimicking existing container technology. So things like bark baskets, wooden bowls, wooden baskets, and wicker or grass mat. And we see the same shapes in the evolution of pottery in the Mid-Atlantic region. Next. So this, one of the things that archaeologists do to learn more about something that we find in the ground that's thousands of years old is we experiment. So my former advisor at Temple, Dr. Michael Stewart, and my son, who's now 21 years old, we made a bunch of pots and we fired them in Michael Stewart's backyard and learned a little bit about how to fire ceramics, what happens, what works, what doesn't work. And that's when we look at the archaeological evidence, that really helps us to interpret what may have happened at a particular site. Next. So, and hopefully these slides will be made available to everyone if that's okay. So that if you're interested in a compilation of dates. So one of the things is with charcoal, we are able to radiocarbon date sites, particularly where there are ceramics, especially with the charcoal in direct contact. So when it occurs together with charcoal, or if there's charcoal burned inside the pot, we can actually get a date for the pot. And so on the left-hand side, you'll see soot or residue from stone bowls. So we'll look at a couple stone bowls. Prior to ceramics or clay, native peoples were using soapstone or steatite, and they were making bowls with lug handles out of them. And then when pottery clay starts to be used, soapstone is used as a temper. So as an inclusion inside the clay to help the clay when you fire it expand and contract and not blow up. So those are other dates that we have, and these are radiocarbon dates. So they're what we call absolute dates, even though there's a range plus or minus. So in New Jersey and the Mid-Atlantic region, we have a fairly good firm date on the beginning of pottery. Next. This is very small. So on the top, very top is the timeline 1000 BCE and then CE 1600. And you can see the different types of tempers, ceramic tempers start with steatite. You've got grog, which is already broken bits of pottery. And if we're in South Jersey, the prevalent temper they use was sand. So it's readily available in the outer coastal plain, whereas in North Jersey, Central and North Jersey, the soils are more rich in organics. So they're going to use either crushed stone or it's other types of lithics as a temper. Surface treatments, not too much, maybe net and press, paddles, cord marked, and then general decorations don't start getting really elaborate until we'll see in the middle woodland. Next. So here on the left-hand side is a solid steatite bowl that was found in Ocean County. And you can see the lug handle as it's circled in red. The two pots on the right-hand side are clay with steatite as a temper, and they also have lug handles. They are flat bottom, whereas the steatites are somewhat flat but have a rounded bottom because it's stone and it's pretty difficult to carve out, although it is talc, so it is soft. One of the great things about flat bottom vessels, and if you've all played with clay and you put it on a dirt floor, the clay sticks to the dirt, and sometimes it just doesn't come back up again. So what you need to do is have something on the floor to put your pot on to form it and shape it. Next. So what we see on flat bottom vessels are impressions of what was underneath that the pots were being made on. So on the lower left, you can see the impressions of reeds, netting, baskets. We don't know. Um, the top also has undulations on it. That's sorry, the bottom. Next. So some of the different types of tempers, shell, obviously, and when you start learning about tempers, I didn't realize that, yeah, you can use shell, but you have to roast the shell first. So you can't just crush up shell and put it in. You have to burn it first, crush it up, and then add it. That helps with the expansion and contraction in clay to be able to understand that. Mica, which is also readily available in stone or outcrops in certain areas, especially in Delaware County. Next. So one of the great things about looking at sherds is we can see the formation of the pot, and there are a number of different ways you can make a pot, right? The coil method, everybody has made snakes and made a coil of it, right? And you've all made pinch pots as well. So when you excavate sherds, you can see how the construction of the pot was made. So if you got a nice cross section, you can see the circular rings or coils that were made and the corresponding one on top of it. So a lot of times we'll find broken coils. Sometimes we'll find fingernail prints inside because they're basically pushing the clay down to attach it together. Next. Now, forming and shaping, all different types of tools were used. Um, Wooden paddles initially. One of the things that when you learn about ceramics and the construction of ceramics, clay is made out of very thin, flat particles. And in order for you to form a pot, especially with natural organic clay, right, that you get out of the stream bed, you have to make sure that those particles are aligned such that when you fire it, it doesn't explode. So the only way to do that is to paddle and get the clay particles aligned. And so we see either wooden paddles or paddles that have cord wrap stick, cord wrap around it. Sometimes the cord is tightly wound, sometimes it's loose, sometimes it's in a net. And we'll see that as an impression on the outside of pots. Next. Originally, we assume at some point that they were using either broken pot bottoms to help construct pottery or baskets to construct pottery, especially the base part. Next. Here's some more impressions. So when we find sherds, we'll put like talcum powder over the the, the base, and we'll take a specific kind of plasticine clay and do a positive impression, just like the silly putty in cartoons, right? So we can get at what kind of nets, and then even better, we can look at twists of fabric, of the string, of the rope that they're using. And some archaeologists love to look at what kind of twists they are. So not me, because that's too mind numbing. Okay, next. Early type of pottery we call vignette one because that's what they call it. It's a very conical shape. Temper and paste are somewhat grog-like or crushed stone. And they have distinctive paddle marks on the outside, specific marks. And this is the earliest pottery that we see around 1200 BC in eastern PA and the Delaware Valley. Excuse me. Next. So Ernest Volk, who was hired by the American Museum of Natural History to excavate the Abbott Farm National Historic Landmark, which is just south of Trenton, had uncovered ceramics that he quote, "I have found there the most beautiful patterns of fine incised lines, fine lines that I have ever seen east of the Alleghenies." And this next, and this is one of those sherds on the left. That is the one he was describing. And it's hard to tell here, but the sherd has a number of different zones, design areas. And one of the first assumptions that archaeologists made was that these designs are mimicking designs on baskets. So some type of, replication of existing containers so that we can see. So you see that there's straight lines, there's herringbone, incised lines in there. So there's all different kinds of styles on this one pot. Next. Obviously, if you look at baskets from in the literature, you see all different kinds of designs. Within specific nations, there are specific definitions for those designs. Some things mean mountains or water. And, one of the things archaeologists try and do is try and figure that out, like these pre-contact ceramics are these designs mean anything? Next. So I'm just going to quickly go through the Abbott Farm site, located in, you want to say central Jersey. Basically, there are only two National Historic Landmarks in the state. It's at a freshwater estuary at the head of tide of the Delaware River, and it's at the boundary of the coastal plain and the Piedmont. Next. So those fine lines, those are a number of different patterns that were found on ceramics found at the Abbott Farm. Is this an application of complex ideas? Are they related to the natural environment? Are they related to different family groups? Are they related to something else? Next. One of the things we do is the research, where has these ceramics occurred elsewhere? So this is a distribution of all of the Abbott zone incised or Abbott zone pots along the eastern seaboard. And they're only occurring within the Middle Woodland time period, so between 200 AD and 500 AD. There's nothing before it that it clearly indicates an evolution to these designs. And after 900, they disappear. Next. Obviously, we can't try and use that to come up with a cultural boundary. Obviously, Abbott Farm being the center of that, that's where the most amount of ceramics, Abbott Farm ceramics occur. Next. Another way to go about analyzing the types of ceramics, especially Abbott Farm, is to do measurements of vessel size, vessel thickness, to see if there's any uniformity, any standardization to these pots. So after measuring about 200 of them, you have to get a good statistical sample, otherwise it's worthless. Almost all of the Abbott zone and size pots are within a certain centimeter thickness, within a certain centimeter diameter, and a certain height, which indicates some standardization, which means they knew what they were making, why they were making it. The designs may be different on the outside, which could indicate different people making different designs, different pots, but all of them are at a certain, Abbott Farm or other site locations, which happen to be very similar to Abbott Farm. Large river, estuary environment. Next. One of those sites is the Hatch site in Virginia. So these are Abbott zone size ceramics from the Hatch site. Also at an estuary environment in the Potomac River, southern Potomac, near the Chesapeake. Um, this site, a number of buried over 200 dog burials at this site, um, and a great variety of Abbott zoned and sized pots. Next. So one of the things I wanted to do is look at a specific vessel that was excavated during the WPA, um, and look at a specific zone. There's 3 or 4 zones right here: the top, the middle, and the bottom. And tracing it and putting it on, flat, so you don't see the pottery, but you can see the drawing itself. One thing that stood out was, what does it look like? And don't look at the picture in the lower right. Fishing net, right? I think it's that simple. Um, and the next slide. So the images in the middle, they're both different. One's got lines going north-south, and the other one doesn't have any lines. But given the fact that where the site is located, given the fact that during the Middle Woodland period, there are large amounts of different types of fish in the Delaware River, you don't have to constantly hunt meat. You can get your source of food from the river as well. I mean, early reports of sturgeon in the Delaware River were 15-foot long. They said you can walk across their backs across the Delaware River to Pennsylvania. I mean, they were that big. And just as an aside tangent, about 2 weeks ago, there was a whole, I'm not sure if you call them a pod of sturgeon, short-nosed sturgeon, in the Delaware River, right at the Calhoun Street Bridge. So we all went out of work and looked at them. So could they be fish weirs? Good. Why not? Next. So one of the things that we try to look at, because we look at oral histories, we talk to Lenape, we talk to other archaeologists and what they've found and what their interpretations are, to try and come up with sort of add a voice to the ceramics and most of the other archaeological records, to try and interpret specifically those designs, which really intrigue me still to this day. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Whitman. That's great. Our next speaker is Don Wandering Wolf Barry III, a citizen of the Nanticoke Lenape Tribal Nation and Director of Finance and Operations at Native American Advancement Corp and Program Director of the Cohanzick Climate Corp. So we're going to have you do your presentation.
Morning, everyone. In addition to my duties with Native American Advancement Corporation, I'm also staff arborist here at Cohanzick Nature Reserve. What we'll be speaking about today, as the theme of the whole symposium has been, is how do we take traditional ways, bring them forward, make them understandable, recognizable, and really relevant in today, especially in the classroom. As Ty said, we have a whole separate division. Where you are right now in the reserve, you're within 64 acres of sacred land and space for us as a people. I'm honored to be an arborist, to be the staff arborist here, for it to be my job to be steward of the elders, of the grandfathers, of all the trees throughout this whole property, and really just in general. And that's something that I'm going to share with you today about the traditional spin and perspective as an arborist, because I feel like as arborists, people always think about oh well, I'll call an arborist to come help me trim my tree, tell me if this tree is sick, if it's not sick. There's so many different disciplines that fall under arboriculture. Um, but to me, I feel like we are the bridge between before and after. I feel as an arborist, it's our job to almost curate space. One of the main functions that we have right now, as far as uh, programming that we're doing here at CNR, is we have 3 apprentices for arbors. Um, and we have a program through American Forest where we are actually addressing tree equity, heat island effect, as well as really reforestation. So when you go across the ground, you'll see pitch pine, you'll see white pine, you'll see red pine. These are all species and the saplings, especially to the right of the building. We're using those to actually go into the urban areas and do reforestation. So, with that being said, I just want to hop into it. It's kind of hard to do in 20 minutes, but we're gonna go and hop along. All right, bear with me. As an arborist rooted in Lenape tradition, I've always been attuned to profound connections that bind humanity to the natural world. The forests, where the towering trees and rich biodiversity are not merely backdrops to our lives, they're the living entities that offer healing, wisdom, and joy. Today's fast-paced society, the importance of immersing ourselves in nature through forest walking for adults and play for children cannot be overstated. This talk seeks to promote these activities as essential practices for our well-being and our continuing traditions and culture. In the Lenape culture, trees are revered as our elders. They provide us with oxygen, shelter, food, and medicine, embodying the spirit and resilience and interconnectedness. Walking among these giants offers adults a unique opportunity to reconnect with the earth, grounding themselves in a world that feels chaotic. This practice of forest walking is more than physical exercise. It is a spiritual journey that invites reflection and mindfulness. Walking in a forest allows adults to escape the noise of urban life, fostering mental clarity and emotional balance. The rhythm of footsteps on a leaf path aligns with the heartbeat of the earth, promoting a sense of peace. Research has shown that spending time in nature can reduce stress, anxiety, depression, and reinforcing the belief that our well being is intertwined with the health of the environment. The Lenape way, and our view on nature is as a teacher. Every rustling leaf and chirping bird imparts lessons of patience, harmony, and respect. For children, play is a language of learning, as we know as educators. The forest serves as a boundless playground with rich opportunities for imaginative exploration and physical activity. In our tradition, we recognize the importance of nurturing a child's connection to nature. When children run freely beneath the canopy of trees, climb over fallen logs, create games inspired by the environment, they develop not only physical skills, but also deep rooted appreciation for the earth. Engaging with nature through play fosters creativity, collaboration, and problem solving abilities. Children learn from the world around them, discovering the delicate balance of ecosystems and the importance of conservation. The forest is a living classroom where lessons about life cycles, habitats, and biodiversity unfold in real time. Play in natural settings. We cultivate a generation that respects and protects the land, ensuring that the teachings of our ancestors endure. Promoting forest walking for adults and play for children strengthens intergenerational bonds within families and communities. When parents and grandparents walk through the forest with children, they share stories, traditions, and knowledge passed down through generations. This shared experience fosters a sense of belonging and identity, reinforcing cultural values important to the Lenape people. Moreover, these activities create a communal space where individuals can gather, share their experience, and learn from one another. Forest becomes a sanctuary for connection where laughter and wisdom intertwine, bridging the gaps between ages and experiences in a world increasingly dominant by screens and urban landscapes. These moments in nature remind us of our roots and the importance of community. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, let us not forget the wisdom of our ancestors and the teachings of the trees. Forest walking for adults and play for children are vital practices that promote well-being, strengthen community ties, and ensure the survival of our cultural heritage. Urge all to step into the forest with us later on this afternoon. Breathe the earthly scents and allow the beauty of nature to heal and inspire. Together we can nurture profound relationship with the land that sustains us, honoring the Lenape tradition and embracing the gifts of the natural world for generations to come. Now I'm a talker, and like Unc said before, I usually don't like going off the script, but I know we had to do presentation. Um, One of the biggest things for me uh, when writing the presentation here today was it hit me on kindergarten and how most people don't understand that kindergarten is actual social construct. It's something that was invented, literally, like everything else. And as kids, I grew up on the river with crabs and fish. I mean, we spent every waking moment was in the woods. I'm a person now, and I know I'm with my people. I know everyone in this whole sanctuary feels the same way. You can find a spot under a tree, and everything kind of dissipates. It falls apart, falls away. You know, you have a problem, you have an issue. It's that old saying, right? You need to take a walk, right? I mean, it's real, it's true. Um, Without getting into the science of it, and again, I'm a big believer in uh, removing the mystery. I don't think everything should be rainbows and unicorns. I think that experience is the best teacher for all of us. And I know that myself, when my feet are in the sand, when my feet are in the grass, that's grounded. I mean, we can do a whole presentation on why. We can get into the science of it. And that's what I mean. As an arborist, we can talk soils, we can talk content, organic matter. We can go back and forth forever. But at the end of the day, it's you getting in the woods with your loved one, right? With your kids and spending that time because those are the things, the trees, everything's living. And Lenape, it's not that deep. It is that deep, but it's not that deep. It's live a balanced life. It's that crucial, and it's hard for us right now because everything is hyper speed. There's a 24-hour cycle. You're competing constantly for attention. When you walk into the woods, it could be your backyard. It could be a meadow. It's just connecting. That's what we're really getting to at the end of the day. You know, there's a whole I can talk about this for an hour. There's games. There's whole hide and seek. What do you do as kids? That's stalking. That's Lenape tradition. We race. There were racing. There were relays. Lacrosse was talked about earlier in the presentation. Um, it's about getting back to these foundations, and it's just playing. You know, children are playing. You know, right now they're with the academic standards for passing tests and standardized tests. They're spending more time in the classroom than outside. You know, the research is there. You know, you can take like, for instance, personally, like that's something we talked about in our family. My father-in-law is recovering right now. He's in a rehab center. My wife had to say, "Hey, can we get him away from looking at this brick wall because he's in Atlantic City? Can we kind of find something a better skate for him to look at?" I mean, the research has even shown that they've done A/B tests, and the recovery rates are even better for even cancer patients when they have a greenscape to look at, an open space. Um, I don't think you need to be an arborist to plant a tree, right? I think we all agree with that, you know, and really moving forward, that's all it's about. And that's what this place is about. That's what this space is about. And as educators, you can go to Project Learning Tree. That's a great foundation for you to have outside time with your classes and your students. I mean, it's as simple as let's go outside and see what we can find in a 15-minute break of time. But it's about them seeing what's available, seeing what's in front of them, experiencing. Um, and at the end of the day, really, that's all it is for all of us. You know, I'm human like everybody else. I get frustrated, I get upset, and the first thing I need to do is slow down. You know, and I take a walk. I walk these trails at least once a day. You know, I might not go all the way through, but at least I'll get a touch. You know, and I think that's it's important to know that as our people live that life, constantly connected. That's what we've heard over the last 3 days. Constantly connected. there was intention with everything that they did. There was no wasted space, and it's like we had a conversation last week. It's like yoga's mainstream, you know. People say, well, what about it's so mystical? It's really even that's not mystical. It's stretching. It's stretching and breathing. Sometimes we have to kind of step back and find the commonality, which is we're all humans. And I've heard that again this week, and it's factored. I got a whole lot of statistics and studies, but at the end of the day, we got to break it down to the most common vibe, you know. But I can keep going, but that's pretty much where I'm at. So, well, when we go out later, for those that are going to stay and do the walk, the only thing that I ask is when we do our guided walks, we ask for no devices. So either keep your devices here, lock them away. Um, there'll be an attention prayer before we start, and that will be explained to you also. And then we'll come back to a patch that's out here for grounding and moss. Um, and this is going to be an individual experience because as I said earlier, it's not for us to tell you, it's not for anyone to tell you how to connect. It's for you to experience that connection in your own terms because it'll be more meaningful. Good, thank you.
I think we're going to turn it over to the audience for questions as well. Take your time. I know that every time I hear presentations, it just reminds me of my childhood. My grandparents used to come into Salem and Cumberland County to bring all the fresh fruit and vegetables back to their farmers market in Haddonfield. And in 1971, they were in the Philadelphia Inquirer in an article about my mom's market, where my grandfather said he knew where he got each produce from the soil. And I thought, how would that even be possible? But after hearing the things that you spoke about, you just know exactly what's here. So I guess one of my first questions would also be, did either of you learn anything that was unexpected during your journey of the work that you're doing that you didn't know either about our area here or about our history that you noticed that you can share?
For me, I think one of the greatest things that I found when I was doing the research is this song. Was the trails because we started off. That was a major project here. Been going on for I don't know the greater part almost 18 months. We had to clear trails out. This particular building and this site has had many I don't know entities, life cycles. It was many different churches. It was a horse and trail club at one time. Um, but as you walk through, you'll see the different soils, you'll see the different uh, typography. But one thing that stood out in my research as I'm learning more, because every day I'm learning something new, was about Delsey Drive and how these trails, our people mainly use the water access when you talk about fishing. So it's like if you look at all the tidal places, all the creeks, all the rivers, we got a lot of paddlers in the room. It's like that's what hit me. It was like, oh, okay, and that's why there's only certain trails that are prominent because when they weren't on the water, they were in the trail system. As they were migrating, and they went from, like you said, to where the food sources were. That was one thing that struck me because I'm like, whoa, these are modern day roads now, and we don't even realize that. So that was kind of profound to me. Like, okay, all right, like kind of laying, like you're already interacting with the ancestors and with the past, and you don't even realize.
I would, so I'm still trying to unravel a lot of archaeologists who are interested in the abbot zones and size ceramics are still trying to unravel, what was the intention, was it specifically for certain ceremonial events, related to fishing, or are we pulling it, out of the sky that it's related to fishing? But a lot of the evidence decomposes like nets and things like that. But given the fact that a lot of the sites are located where they are, we sort of say interpret that as being, what it is intended to its use. But it's still one of those things that we're trying to figure out, which, as far as archaeology concerned, we probably we'll never know.
Can we take questions from the audience?
We can get this thing working. Hello? No, yeah.
Thank you. I have a question, Dr. Cohanzick. You mentioned that when you're trying to interpret the designs on the pots, you talk to Lenape people today and they help to interpret. Can you elaborate a little bit more about these talks with them and what do they suggest about the designs?
That's what they said, or
About what they said and what was their suggestions of the meanings and symbolism of the design?
yeah, I mean, they've sort of, it's been the same kind of interpretation, based on, and based on the location of the site, um, right at the head of tide, which is a significant, environment, right? Because that's where it, it's also fresh water. And we know that at that site, there's also a number of ancestors buried there as well. So it's a significant sacred spot, sacred place. And, that whole connection to the environment, maybe just, that's the connection that we see. It started and then stopped. Maybe the place or area wasn't significant anymore, or they, had to move on, or what. We don't know. We know that they were still in and around that area until contact period in that on that site. But it wasn't as significant in the sense that there was a lot of archaeology there after the middle woodland period. So meaning that, the population was less in that area. We don't see a lot of artifacts and things like that. So
I
Have you been aware that some of the groups, same tribe as some of the groups that reside near riverways, bury their important people near the river so that their spirit carries on with the flow of the river? Therefore, you would find a lot of items in that area from that important person, chief, medicine person, whatever, would be buried there as an honor. All right, you're aware of that?
yeah, we have evidence of that all up and down the Delaware River.
Good. And you, sir, are you aware that the to keep other tribes from finding your village, a lot of times, like we have road signs today, our people bent trees, and the bend of the tree would point toward where the village was, and that was a signal for those who we wanted to find us would find us. I guess that's enough for now, huh?
I have a question about the pottery because I love pottery and I've made these things myself. I'm not nowhere near an expert because it takes a lot of time. But you mentioned that you only found it in a certain period. Do you find any similar pottery anywhere else on this planet? It's similar to our language. There's no other language that's similar to the Algonquin language any place else on this planet. How about the pottery?
So the only thing that comes close, but the designs are completely different, is at the same time period in, Ohio and Illinois during what's called the Hopewell period. So the big mound builders. So the pottery there has beautiful designs, but they're mostly circular, animals, birds. We don't have, there's none of that. There's just designs, herringbone, hatch marking, the initial ceramic, sorry, the ceramic that was on the title slide is a small bowl, and it has at least 7 different designs in it. It's a mix match, and which in and of itself is like, well, why didn't they just make one design over the whole thing? That would also be beautiful, but this is even beautiful and crazy because there's so many different designs on it. There have been some pottery circular with dentate, so like a roulette, that have been found in Staten Island and New York about the same time period, and in New Brunswick, New Jersey, which is reminiscent of Hopewell, although it's dentate and they didn't have any in Ohio or Illinois. Um, that may be a sort of a evolution towards that or before that, but we're not sure because those sites that had those ceramics were done in the 1890s or 1900s. No dates; they were just dug up and then wrote about. So we don't have a good time period on those. We just assume and interpret.
So wouldn't that be indicative of how we are today? No two pieces are going to be alike in anything we do, and we're taught. So maybe it shows that we were more vexed with the Algonquin people from Ohio to New York to the Virginias, and there were more of us than people realized. And that, you just said that. We found it in Ohio, we found it in New York, in New Jersey, and no two pieces are going to be alike. And when you said, well, why don't we just make it this way? We're taught to do the opposite. We're taught to do the opposite. We're taught to be individual. So thank you so much. That just solidifies some of the things that I thought about a long time ago.
Thank you for that.
I was just saying I was going to try to find a way to get this in, and it's going to address both trails and pottery. So in Monmouth County, there's the Navesink River, and there's a trail, Lenape Trail, called the Navesink to Minisink Trail. And what it is, it goes from Monmouth County in the coast to Minisink Island in the Delaware Water Gap. And there's 13,000 years of archaeological proof of people coming together in Minisink Island. Now, the interesting part is that today I said on Potawatomi, well, we were settled around Lake Michigan, but our stories tell us the Delaware, the Lenape were our grandfathers. Our tobacco origin story comes from the Delaware. So the Minisink to Navesink Highway continues on to the Great Lakes, essentially the path of Route 80, Highway 80. And they say they have evidence of groups as large as 700 or very large groups migrating. So to your point about the Algonquin nations, of which we are one, the Ojibwe, the Ottawa, the Potawatomi, were all variants of Algonquin. Um, we had sophisticated trade, diplomacy, summer travel, all of it. And, a hinge pin to colonization was that the colonizing power, even though we know colonizing powers were not guided by good, for the most part, they had to establish whether a society was truly established. If there was economy, if there was cultural exchange, they weren't supposed to be colonizing. But of course, as we know today, people who want what you have will lie, cheat, and steal in the courts or anywhere else. So I just, we're constantly remembering, or not remembering, but we were so much more tied together than anybody ever wants to admit. Because if you admit that the Algonquin speaking nations were all basically one family, one confederation at one point, it's, direct proof of the true nature of the crimes that happened. So really fascinating stuff. Oh, I just one other point. It was written that one of the major things that really changed our way of life was down the St. Lawrence Seaway when French made contact with us. Of course, guns were all the rage. One tribe got guns, and everybody wanted to keep up with the arms race. But really what was said was the most fundamental thing that changed our way of life was the introduction of metal and the pre-manufactured kitchen tools. It changed us in two ways. It took the emphasis off of making things for ourselves, and then it led to the idea that convenience may be good in all circumstances. So I'm wondering if what time period did you say the artifact stopped? Or yeah,
These.
yeah, yeah.
Design, not the pottery.
Oh, okay, the design.
So to your point, with regards to kettles, metal pots, and they did not use them for the purpose of cooking, or they used them and cut them up into arrow points, jewelry, because as they were being forced here, there, and everywhere, clay is easy to get. You can get it anywhere. You're not going to carry a pot around. You're not, so they're archaeological.
When we get there, right?
Right.
Why carry steel all around the forest?
Yeah, there are archaeological sites that are, you know, almost up to 1800 where they're still using pottery.
Miigwech, thank you.
I have a question about pottery. Either in your excavation or in your experimental thing, what temperature, or not even temperature, but how were these fired? Did they fire them in like normal fires, or did you have to actually condense the heat somehow?
Now, we did a number of experiments years ago in Washington Crossing State Park, dig a foot down in the ground, start a fire, have the pots around it to dry out the rest of the moisture, because if you have moisture, it's going to explode. It's a lot of explosions with pottery. Um, and once you get up there totally, or at least, good enough dry, you open an area, move the wood and ash around and coals, and then put them in there and start piling the wood on top. We've used a high fancy dancy thermometer to check the temperature of the fire. We've got it up to 900 degrees Celsius. So you can get a fire hot enough. And yes, some break, but some survive and are amazing. So it pretty much, we do it in an open fire, which is more than likely that's the way it has been done in the
Oh,
past.
thank you.
Yep.
In regards to the pottery, did you find a evolution of the designs and symbols throughout time?
So with those designs from 200 AD to 900, no, they're just, they're going to make herringbone, they're going to make hatching in different ways. There's no, from what we've seen, there's nothing that I can say, oh, this is nice and this is nicer. Like it got, no, they were all amazing. Um, and then later on, after 900, in the and central New Jersey, it's gone. And then what you see in most of all of the state is vessels that have a higher collar around. So in northern New Jersey, you get a very thick pottery because of the highly organic soil and clays. It's darker, and the collar itself is incised. Sometimes there's singular faces incised on the collar itself. In South Jersey, there are collars, but the pottery is very, very thin because sand is used, and you don't have to have a high temperature to fire sand, and it has a different ring to it if you tap it, which is really cool, than the northern pottery. But they also have castellations or a high collar, but it's straight with the pot itself. It's not like a curved globular vessel. So
I want to mention one other thing just to bring it in kind of into context, because we've been talking about kind of the past, present, and future. one of the interesting things that I learned about the world that you're in the Arboretum was that when they decimated the cities and they took out all the greenery to redline areas to keep groups oppressed, that was also because it changed climate control and temperature control. So it makes it hotter and colder in cities, which is why people are indebted to our PSE&G or any of our other grids right now, and just natural resources are going by the wayside. And I just thought that it was an interesting conversation based on where we are today and what we're seeing in a lot of our inner cities, that they're having such a hard time with coping mechanisms because they don't have that natural environment around them, to protect their homes, to protect their bodies. So it really is a lesson in anthropology. It's a lesson in so many different areas. But sometimes we forget that we have modern day issues that could really be solved by planting and rejuvenating those. So it's nice to hear that that's an effort for you.
Especially with um, what you see every day when you're on the highway, utility trimming. Some of the stuff is outrageous. I mean, it makes sense. We don't want to lose electric. We don't want to affect the grid, but you're it's just a butcher job. It's a hatch job. It's like if you, I mean, you're literally killing the plant. You're taking whole centers out. My wife can tell you, I'll walk down, we'll drive and say, wait, I gotta get a picture of this. This is ridiculous. You know? Or they take the whole center of the tree out. Everything vital. A tree's just like you. Every one of those leaves is a solar panel. That's how that tree feeds itself. That's how it changes sunlight to glucose. And that's you're taking away the major things. But back to the heat island effect, absolutely, things were done deliberately, and even down to the species. Ty and I, we have this talk all the time about what they plant and what you choose to replant. I mean, that's crucial. It's crucial. There's so many reasons. Just like I talked about the pine, and it's a great species for uh, restarting an area, but you don't want to line it near storm drain, not with the needles, not with the, I mean, you have to be smart about what you're doing, and that's part of that planning process, and they do intersect. That's something that comes up a lot of times because they'll say, well, whose responsibility is it? Is it the city planner's responsibility? Is it the architect? Is it the landscape architect? Is it the landscape company? Like, who owns that? Where everybody's like, look, I'm just here to do my job. And that's the problem, you know? So, and that's that whole slant between a conventional mindset and perspective versus an indigenous of, okay, look, what's best for 7 generations after I'm gone? What's best for now? Spaces, places, connectivity.
I had the opportunity to go to Alaska 2 years ago and spend time with tribal communities there and learned a little bit about the infrastructure of the glaciers, and it just was it was mind blowing how the climate was disrupted.
I have a question about I don't think this is working. About the pottery. When you're finished with that pottery, y'all can hear me back there, right? Yeah. When you're finished with that pottery, looking at it, studying it, and whatever, what happens to it?
Well, it depends on where I'm looking at it. So basically, a lot of it's on display at the State Museum in Trenton, um, or it's, in the storage area because there's so much of it.
What about the natives that actually that's the inheritance of our people that you're studying? What about them? Is any of that going to the tribes, or is it just kept for the colonizers to look at?
I'm not sure what you mean by like, who's going to take it? All of the collections in the State Museum are for the residents of New Jersey and beyond. So it's going to
We
be.
should have one of our people there and educate them to be a docent and representative of our people for our things. All right, I'm a big believer on that.
We have a Department of Education, and I can write down their email for you because they're looking for docents. So that would be great.
And for you, anybody else got questions?
We've done, I'm happy.
Okay. For you, I'm equal opportunity here. Our people was a matriarchal society. Women rule. Yes.
Still do.
Yeah. We do. If you get a phone, you can ask my husband. I left him home. Um, what we took care of belonged to us. Are you aware that the fields that the women took care of were actual circles in the middle of woods, not what you see today, the little squares, and you see all the pretty lines and stuff. We hid our fields in. Have you found anything back there? Anything like that? I have seen them.
I'm looking.
All right. It doesn't have to be huge, but it's enough for a family to survive for that year and save seeds for the next. It's a circle in the woods where the trees were taken out. They were banded. The following year, the men would come and pull the dead tree down. If you cut a tree all the way around at least 6 inches, you're going to kill that tree. So if you don't mean to, don't do it. But if you're clearing an area, that's how it's done. You pull it down the next year. That circle was made into the farmland because now you've got the sun coming down. And it was hidden from people. Now, the Susquehannocks used to raid our people all the time and take our food sources because they were too lazy to make their own. And we had to hide things. And that's one way we did that. Well, I can tell you about hiding. All right. Anybody got questions? You do, Taj.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm going to talk really, they're getting new bats for the thing, but I can talk really loud. So, one of the themes that I've seen that came out of both of your speeches, which, I did not know that you actually tried to do the power, which to me is amazing. And, what you do for a living. And then John, what he does for a living for us, but what he also does for us. How does that help you with life, doing something that you're doing that you love, that's a part of nature, and being in nature, knowing that you also have to do a day job, like we all do, carpentry and so forth, to get paid, but also make time to do something that we love? How has that helped both of you?
Well, for me, I don't feel like I'm working. So for me, I don't look at it as a vocation. But to answer your question, I want to get my work done so I can go play in the woods. I mean, it's basically it's that simple. But yeah, it's I'm honored and blessed because I know the environment that I'm in. I say that all the time to my wife. Say I am where I want to be. I enjoy what I do. I love what I do, and it calls to me. I don't feel the same way. Roy and I even had the same conversation. I don't feel the same way in different places. Like I feel centered here. I could be out in the woods, doesn't matter what time, I'm comfortable. Take me to a crowded place, clock starts. Just because call me empathic, I don't know, but it's too much. It's sensory overload. So for me, I kind of feel like, and we say it jokingly around here all the time, nature is my religion. It's a natural thing. And that's for everyone. And that I think that's kind of as we talked about it throughout the days, it's like that's the misconception because remember we talked about the myth versus the reality, and that's one of the myths that I don't think is understood because it's not. And I use yoga as a reference because that's a very mainstream thing, right? The one says everyone you have to be what is it, Usana? What is it? You're aligning your chakras and they make it super complicated. But it's the same thing for our culture. It can be complicated if you want it to be, but it doesn't have to be. And it's that simple with nature, and it's something we can all do because it's not about, when we talk about it as we were an adopted people. So as an adopted people, you're not all now adopted. Okay. So as we walk and we talk, just live balanced. But yeah, that's what it's about. It's, I kind of feel like it is innately balanced. You know?
Yeah, it's not work at all. And this is, I'm just speaking for myself. Um, I love what I do. And my job now is to help educate, or not necessarily educate, provide the resources and share my knowledge. And still, I'm learning today anyway, every day, to those that want to learn about that. One of the classes I'm doing this semester is Indigenous North America, so it's the whole continent, but supplementing that with a Indigenous book about Wounded Knee and the progression after that. So coupling the archaeological record with the the voices is something that has not been done in higher ed, at least at Temple for now. So, but now it's there. But yeah, I mean, I'm a kid of the '70s, so I was told to go outside and not come back until dinner time, if that. So my friends and I rode our bikes to the woods, and just that was it. Uh, yeah.
Well, thank you, everyone. We have to go into our next round of speakers, but thank you very much, both of you, for joining us. And it's a great conversation. And we'll keep this going over lunch as well if we have any further questions. Yeah, I know we have another session, and then we can.
Excuse me, can I have a clue about everything? Hey, turn the thing on. I know, everybody laughs because I'm old. That's all right. I got here. Uh, one of the things that I'm kind of proud of today is because I see my cousin came up and she was taught the same as my daughter. We come from a herbalist family. Hey, Dawn, I'm talking about you. No, with all sincerity, we didn't go to the doctor. We couldn't afford to go to the doctor. But our great grandparents and our parent grandparents and our parents, everything was passed down to us. You got an infection, you go get some chickweed and you boil the chickweed and you mix it with honey. I mean, these are the way that we grew up. We didn't go to the doctors because we couldn't afford to. But I tell you what, we had a remedy for almost everything. And if you didn't, you get on the telephone and you call your cousin, and you got fit. You might not like it or not. That told us. I remember getting wrapped up with, I don't know what that stuff was, but it made me sweat like I was dickens. The next day I was on my feet again. Um, red sassafras. Red sassafras. You get that and you make a tea out of it. And it'll fix almost anything. You know, these are the things that they don't talk about now because they don't want you, the doctor don't want you to kill yourself. But in our family, if we didn't have the remedy, we call somebody on the phone and say, "Hey, look, I got an infection. What do I do with it?" And I mean, I've seen so much stuff boiling in my mother's kitchen, and it might stink up the whole house. But I tell you what, the next day, you were walking out there playing with the rest of the kids. So I just wanted to introduce my daughter Thais. She's an herbalist, and my cousin Dawn Benny Feathers. She's an herbalist, and they fix you. And if you guys got a problem right now, want to stop smoking, or they will fix you. I can tell you that right now. I'm one of 11 children.
So Doc,
Oh.
it's not one of them. He's one of our tormentors. Yeah, yeah. I remember. Anyway, I brought my kids up the same way. He's still alive. Huh? I can hear me back there. I got a big mouth. You can hear me,
Oh,
right?
there's one more thing, Don, that you're missing.
What?
Because you didn't grow up with him. That one over there, his mother could fix anything too. As a substitute. Thank you, Tom.
So one of the themes that I think we've been talking about for a couple of days now concerns connection across education, across environment, identity, landscape. Um, and throughout the past couple of days, we've also talked about kind of gaps in wider society's knowledge about some of those connections. But instead of focusing on the gaps, I want to ask you all about what it would look like to take a kind of positive deviance model to look at what's working really well and ways of expanding that. So everybody's coming from different backgrounds. So what could work well to expand on the connections that we've been learning about over the past 3 days?
Come on, people. We're processing. You're here to learn, but you only learn by asking. That was a tough question. We had to process on the side of it. Think about it. Now you can tell them your answer. I mean, repeat, please.
Sure. In thinking about connections that we've been exploring the past 3 days, what works really well that we could expand on to kind of fill some of those gaps that we've talked about?
Oh, people will travel the world for good food.
He's right.
They'll travel hundreds of miles if the food is good. They will remember it a year later. Food brings people together. That is the first thing that I learned. That is one thing that I've seen over and over again. You introduce them to good food. You can bring them in. You can show them our culture, our way of life, our way of thinking, how we season. And that's the quickest way to bring people together.
One of the things that I've learned, and I bet it's making me use this thing. One of the things that I've learned is you can go out and you can look at TV screens, you can look in computers, you can look on books. But when I do schools, when I do senior citizens, or when I do any program that people ask us to teach our culture at that program, we bring what's called a please touch table. It had bear hides, it had deer hides, it's got rattle, it's got pottle, it's got bones. Because when a child looks in a book to learn, it's a surface learning. But once they touch these things, they imprint. They'll remember that for a long, long time. I've got kids who were little, and I'm not that much older, but now they're adults. And I remember when you came to my school. I remember this, that, and the other, because they imprinted on the items that were there, and we explained to them how we used them. My son, that's my son over there, by the way. My son came true with the words feed them. Feeding a person is not just hospitality. The cook who made that is sharing their spirit with the person that's consuming it. But to taste someone else's culture is another form of imprinting. So you can say, oh, they ate fry bread. Do you know what fry bread is? No. Well, here, taste it. oh, I like this. Sometimes when we do events with food, they're like, oh, that's like funnel cake. No, it's not. Nothing like funnel cake. But fry bread is a symbol for Native Americans as resilience, perseverance, and to show we are still here. Because after the Trail of Tears, most of my people were put on reservations in Bartlesville, Dewey, and Anandarka, Oklahoma. The name Lenape was taken away from them. They had to be called the Delawares. Now, that was after Lord Delaware, who was a big wig over, maybe an Elon Musk, over in England. He never saw the state, the river, or the people that were named after him because he never came here. All right. So since that was taken away, that was another form of cultural genocide. Then the commodities. We will take care of you. You will live a better life. We will feed you. So the commodities were, I hope I'm not bothering you guys. The commodities were buggy flour, rancid lard, and other things. Well, our people tasting flour, which is not indigenous, by the way, would taste like nothing. So they would take that flour and throw it in the bushes and go back to the village. Well, of course, Frenchmen are always everywhere sneaking around. They came, they grabbed the flour, took it back, and made bread. Well, one of those very generous Frenchmen taught our people how to take that tasteless flour and make bread. And since we fried most things that is out there, what is a premium? We usually cook by water boiling or frying. We learned to fry that bread. That became fry bread. That showed, and we adopted that, even though the flour was not indigenous, we adopted that as proof that we could survive on anything they threw at us. And we did. And we are still here because of that. Anybody got any questions? I do. All right, question, lady.
I'm sorry. You want me to, I'll pick up the mic if I need to. So we're trying to answer that question ourselves. So to me, this is a mastermind group of how we can all come together and jump that hurdle. How do we change this paradigm that we're in? That what Tyrone was saying yesterday, that we get hundreds of requests to do something for just November, when November is Native American Heritage Month, which I don't know why they would do that, because Thanksgiving wasn't Native American, and it also, it also represents a time of a massacre. But how do we get past that? Is during November, no one uplifts who we are today. We're a lot of doctors in the room. We have lawyers, we have barbarists, carpenters, and we contribute today. We have herbalists and artisans, but it's not recognized. And if you don't believe me, every culture has a history month. You can go on Facebook right now and look at Native American History Month in New Jersey, and you may see two posts where every other culture has 10 posts a day. And it's not just about the past, but it's about what's being contributed today. It's about the live people today. And even when we I, I I was a part of many groups for the state of New Jersey, which I since then dropped off. Even those groups that I belonged to and volunteered for did not even recognize Native American History Month. So if we, these are some of the hurdles that we have to come over. We can't boast ourselves. It's not right for us to boast ourselves. We're not that kind of people. So if but you guys are here today learning from us, so we have to rely on people to uplift us and our contributions today as a people today, because we're still here, we're still family, we're still community, and we still celebrate. And if it wasn't for Yvette's wonderful idea 2 years ago that we would have this, um, to invite people, because we're always trying to invite people outside of just the powwow, but an educational series like this, we need to figure this out. We really need to figure this out. And we're just going to rely on everybody in the church to do that.
Ty, you're absolutely right. But as you know, I came from my homeland and moved to Maryland. All right. Now, we may not be able to boast ourselves, but we can announce to everyone that we are here. We're not going anywhere. All right. So down in Maryland, there are a couple TV stations. One of them's called WBOC. I have contacted them every year. It's time to do it now if you all want to do it. Contacted them every year saying that the president signed a declaration, which I don't know whether this one's going to do it or not, but it's National Native American Month. What are you going to do about it, people? You let everybody know about every other culture. What are you going to do for us? You know what? They had me on, I've been on that TV station, I don't know how many times. Told you, token Indian. But I'm not going to be quiet, even though I'm in Maryland and I'm a Lenape registered here. I'm not letting it go. That's, you walk the walk, you talk the talk, you live the life. And I try to live the life as close as possible because I'm a turtle. I live in two worlds. Turtle lives on land, turtle lives in the water. I live in the red world, I live in the white world. When I go to a grocery store, I'm not there in the regalia because I'm complying with the norm. But I refuse to comply with the norm when it comes to honoring our people. We are the ones that the government follow the rules on how to make your Declaration of Independence. Their independence, not ours. We've never been independent since they got off the boat. By the way, if you see a boat landing, don't feed them people. They'll stay. Okay? So we have to tell them. These people, if you call up and say, oh, there's a car crash around the corner, they'll have all kinds of news teams there. You tell them. You're not boasting yourself. You are representing your people. We are humble people, yes. But we are also the most fierce warriors that you have ever seen. And I refuse to give up until my people are noticed. At least note that I'll settle for that. Not in the history book, but in real life now. Anybody got questions? I got no answers, but go ahead.
Just a quick question about imprinting for youth when we're teaching. When a teacher has students all over the place in different states, and sometimes beyond. And we're having to teach online, doing Zoom classes and things like this. What would be a really good way to imprint especially when we're teaching, culture like this? Because there's nothing like being in the room, and that's something that teaching artists find really tough to imprint. When you're Zoom, sometimes music helps. What's another way?
Of how to imprint on students
When we're online,
online spaces.
online spaces,
Okay.
what would be a good way to imprint on our students when they're not with us?
He touched on it. He touched on it. Go outside. Put your computers, your phones, and stuff down. Go outside. Give them a goal. You need to go outside and gather so many leaves. They're online. Do you see the children? Can you see the children? All right. Show me these leaves. How does it make you feel? Do you feel the spirit in those leaves? Because everything's got a spirit. We are not religious people, we are spiritual people. All right? So, that's one thing. The earth. Go outside barefoot. Don't walk on glass, but walk outside barefoot. How do your feet feel? You've got to realize that everything around us, even the air we breathe, is an element that we need, either health wise or spiritual wise. People who wear medicine bags don't wear them for jewelry, and they're not for this. They're for this, your heart. So when you go out with when you get a medicine bag, which all of you might want to do this, because it'll cut you down on the therapy lessons from your therapist. Trust me. When you go out, like we had a good time here today, you might want to take a pebble. Don't take them all, because this guy here will watch you. All right. You put it in the medicine bag. You go to the shore. You find a little shell. You put it in the medicine bag. You put hair from your babies. You put food or whatever in the medicine bag. Then, when you're in that spot where nobody likes me, everybody hates me, I'm gonna eat some worms, or Mark who is bothering you, you feel the lumps in that bag and it reminds you of those good times you had. Who needs a therapist? You know, this will bring you right back into a good space. I'm your therapist. Give me money. No. Anybody have questions?
I just want to follow up on what you just said because I've talked to some people. I'm repeating myself. As a non-tribal member, I worry a lot about appropriating culture, right? Like I don't want to actually, and I don't want to be perceived as pretending to be, or Native American wannabe.
That's called pretending, honey.
Yeah. So that's not what I'm about at all. But I'm loving your idea about I do have a medicine bag, but I never ever wear it because I thought, oh God, that would be just so wrong. And now I'm thinking, would it be? I
Good
don't
for
know.
anybody. It's good to put anybody in a space. He was talking about yoga. That's not part of our culture, but it's a tool.
As far as the mind, the Western mind accepts it.
Yeah, it's a tool to bring you into a good space. The medicine bag can be used by anyone. In fact, most of our people should know what they're for because they wear them as part of their regalia, take them off and put them away. When that medicine bag gets so old that it falls off, it means a new chapter of your life has started. So you start a new medicine bag. You bury the old one. and you start new beginnings from there. There's a lot of stuff that our people as Native Americans should know, don't. But that medicine bag can be used for anyone. The spirit is there. Your heart's in the right place. And as long as you got the red heart, the spirits will come to you and help you. If you're an apple, which means you're Native American, but you've got a white heart and that's all you deal with, I don't like paper, people. I don't like paper. But you've got that white heart, you're not going to represent your people and you're not going to feel what we feel. And that's what you need to live the life. Feel it. Don't just say, oh, I'm an Indian. And then on the weekends, let's go out with my white friends. You know, whatever. I'm just picking on white people.
Well, like you say, get the life. I mean, that's the whole point. Everything comes down to intention.
Mhm.
Everything. If you understand that, then you get it. It clicks. It, like exactly what Andre said. If it's not in your heart, and that's with anything, then that's the way. You know, and that's it. It's that simple and that complicated. You know.
If I tell him to go outside and pick up a stick, and he goes out and picks up that stick, what good is it? But if I give him a reason to pick up the stick and what the stick will be used for, the intention is there. Not an empty act, it's an intentional act. This is what we need to do. We need to intentionally let people know that we are here and that we embrace everybody. When those settlers came and we adopted the people that were lost, the other cultures that were lost, the women never wanted to go back to their original culture. Why? Because they were treated with respect, and they were no longer objects. So we embrace everyone. I've adopted, I don't know how many children from everywhere. You're my son, you're my son, you're my son. And I take my son and say, oh, that's your brother. All right. And hi, brother, it's not just the red thing, it's for everyone. We have to let everyone know we are not the savages that Tonto and the Lone Ranger was playing with. Okay? We are human beings with loving hearts and caring hearts, but do not cross up. That's not a good thing. Go ahead, go ahead. Talk, man.
I'm agreeing with you. I mean, it's like you said, it's about how you move. Everything that it's accepted in these other almost industries, right? I mean, it's like, I mean, how many times have you heard that? Just live in intent, live present. I mean, it's new age thinking, right? But it's not, you know? Like we want to label everything. The Western mind wants to label, dissect, control. But I mean, it's about removing those layers, and just getting down to who you are as a person, whatever, however you feel. You're unapologetic. You don't feel well, you don't feel well. But you have to be honest, and you have to live with an honest heart. And that's really the lessons. That's what the stories are. Everything's about humbling. That's what our culture is very quick. You see it. You see in all the interactions between us the last couple of days. We're very quick to humble each other. It's like, whoa, you think you're better? That's but that's on purpose because that pushes down the ego, that super ego. It's dampened. We're all people. And if you get that, and it's very hard because we live in an I, we, me society. But like it's impossible if you're putting your attention on another person, it's fully it's impossible to think about yourself. You know, if you see somebody and you're spilling into them as far as energy goes, because they're in a worse position than yourself, and that's what we're talking about with adopting, embracing. It's you need help, I'm going to help you. You know, but at the same time, we know how to use the tools that we know how to use. You know, so it's like it's a balance. It's a balance. And that's all that this is, you know, to explain our culture as you move forward. That's the explanation. You know, it's about living a balanced life. And that's the I know that they're what is it, the nouveau? It's the thing that's trendy now. And right, and native is hot. It's been hot for like the last couple of years and all that. But at the end of the day, just live a balanced life, you know. And when you talk about things in a relatable way, you know. And as us as a people, it's about being unapologetic because we've had to be apologetic for so long. I know what that feels like. That was me. I was the 8-year-old kid who got taken and said, "This is what an Indian is." You know, I know what that feels like. It pisses me off, and I'm held with that today. You know what I mean? But it's about moving forward and how do you exist on both sides. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think one of the tools for doing that, as we heard, was food. I had the pleasure of being in Barcelona last year, and one of the things that I learned was don't say that it's the Spanish language, it's Catalan. Don't call them Spanish, they're Catalan. And one of the things that I saw everywhere were cookbooks. And a cookbook is not just a collection of recipes. It is this is who we are as Catalan people. You learn about their culture through the food. And their kind of political struggles for recognition at international level within Spain, part of that was done through the promotion of cookbooks and food, marking them as a distinct people. And what you, Don, were saying about fry bread, the history of fry bread, it's not just here's a recipe of flour and sugar and whatever. There's more to it. And that is an important piece of that. So I think there's a lot more that could be done with food, kind of promoting Lenape culture within New Jersey through.
I mean, that's pretty funny because as a family, we were talking about that because it's, you know, I had to tell my cousins who don't identify, right? They'll say, okay, well, you're living in the past. And I say, okay, I'm living in the past. Oh, well, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Okay. And then I'll say, well, how were those collard greens? Were they pretty good? How were those dumplings, the chicken and dumplings you just ate? Because that's all our food, right? So you're saying you're not living it, but yet it's on your plate. You're sitting here talking to me, and the first thing you say to me is, "Hey," when you see me. They're not even realizing that they're in the culture. They're living the culture, and it's through food. Yeah. Well, we had pheasants or whatever we had. Exactly. But I'm saying, but that goes back to it. I mean, that's where it comes from. You know, even the drop dumpling, like you're talking about with my grandpa used to drop dumplings, asparagus soup. But to your point, I'm agreeing. It's like they're already immersed in it. They're living it every day, but they're not even acknowledging it.
But yeah, we've come a long ways, and the ways that we've come, we've changed a lot that was forced on us because we didn't have. Now we have everything is different. Um, just like and get pretty bad. See, I don't know how many of you know when it was vegetable soup phase. Vegetable soup was one of them 5-gallon buckets, pots, where you could eat soup all week. Uh, soup days. That was our meal, because we didn't have anything else. Now that we have gone past that, we have forgotten, as younger people, we have forgotten what it took to get us where we're at right now. We survived. It's just like, well, I'll tell you an example. The black cherry tree that was behind my grandma's house. we were able to climb that tree and eat blackberries, blackberries almost all day long, so that we had something to eat. Today's world, let's go to the store and get us a, no, it's, we're completely off base right now. We don't eat to survive, we eat because we want. And that's not the way we grew up. And John, for one thing right now, I'll call you out because you grew up, come up the same way.
You ate more of my grandmother's cooking than I did. So don't even go there.
Dan, I think was waiting on something you wanted to say. I did see your hand.
Just real quick, I just wanted to say, Dawn and John, you're both spiritual powerhouses, and I really appreciate that. Said you're both spiritual powerhouses, and I really appreciate that. I like what you said, Dawn. We're not religious; we're spiritual people. And I just want to remind myself and everyone in this room, we're all we have a major victory to celebrate because every one of us in this room, we were all born deep into colonized America, deep into colonized New Jersey, and yet we, by the grace of Great Spirit, grace of our ancestors, grace of all that's good, we made it so that we have the seeds of good and kindness in our heart, that spiritual understanding, that want to be kinder, more connected. And that's a victory. And just so, a tad bit on appropriation, while we all want very formalized recognition, like you know your community is recognized, like Kai was saying, we all want that public recognition. The other side of the recognition is, well, nobody ever gets as much credit as they deserve. I think we know that. But the other side of it is that every child, every person that is instilled with a greater connection to nature, to spirit, to mindfulness, is the true victory of our people and our tradition. And it's the Great Spirit and the ancestors that are going to pay the dividends on that victory. So even if we're not seeing, because let's be real, everybody's lost in tech. Nobody's appreciating each other. Nobody's writing thank you notes. Nobody's corresponding like we used to or like we should. But if we see the world changing in people and people getting closer to the good way, that's a victory. And just to address her thing about appropriation, if you are truly moved to realize that I could live a better way, I can be closer to nature, I can be closer to spiritual matters. Um, like you said, you've earned it now, and it's real and it's living, and that's the victory too. So thank you so much for all of this, and your pottery presentation was awesome as well, my friend. Thank you very much. So big wedge.
I don't know if that was more recognition or awareness of our people. I don't want to be recognized for anything other than your mother, Roy. You got to keep me in my old age now. But to be aware of not only us as a people, but our ways. Because once we erase ourselves from butter packages or anything like that, that in itself, to me, is cultural genocide. If you put it in their face, they'll remember it. But once you take it away, it's no longer there. And I want to be the one that makes our people awareness place. You go out and you tell them, I'm here and I'm aware. Now, I am a light skinned Native American. I have kids say, are you a real Indian? And I tell them, are you a real kid? You know, kids come in different sizes and colors, and so do we. So, I mean, that will imprint on the child, and the child will go back and say, we saw Indians today. They won't say we saw red people with straight black hair. We saw Indians. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do to words. Yesterday, I said words hold a lot of weight. You can bring a person up, you can bring a person down, or you can wake up people. And that's what we need to do. Wake up people. Yo. Okay? Now that my preaching's over, go ahead.
Um, about the food, I think, so I don't remember what show it was, but they had on Native American chefs who were talking about cooking with native ingredients. And I know you're writing a book about the same topic um, as something to expand. Not that necessarily this group can do it, but it would be great to see more a Native American restaurant and things like that. I do think that's one of the ways, yeah, that other cultures have shared. Like, I love Italian food. I love Mexican food. I love, my son got me into Indian food and like Thai food and, all these different things. And it's unfortunate the history that we've had, but going forward, hopefully we can see more Native American restaurants. That would be amazing.
In the Native American Museum in Washington, which I had the honor of walking with my chief and several other members here at the opening of that museum. Their restaurant is called Mitsikum, which in our language is we all eat. Mitsik means to eat. Mitsikum means we all eat. And that's what they named that restaurant. And that's an honor to have them named with all the tribes throughout Turtle Island to choose ours to name the restaurant. I would personally love to have a native, and we've talked about it, right, Teddy? Yes. That's my daughter-in-law, by the way. I claim her. The other guy, forget it. Um, but we've talked about that many times because I have written a cookbook prior. This is not a cookbook. This is an awareness on the seasonings that our people use and still use. And people still use them and don't even realize it, right? So we have brought a lot to this culture. We have helped people survive. Red, black, green, purple, yellow, it doesn't matter. We take them in, we teach them how to use the tools that the Creator gave us and survive. Anybody else got questions?
They also have a great cookbook too.
Just
No, I just wanted to say that I've been all around the country and I've been to so many powwows, and there are a lot of makeshift tribes of white people that have their own powwows and celebrate our culture. So if anybody is afraid to put on a regalia, put on anything, or think they are appropriating anything, um, do it. Might as well. I practice yoga, so I'm not appropriating the Indian culture. I'm using it for the benefits and stuff like that. But if you have a medicine bag, if you have something that's Native American, wear it out in public so that when people do see it, they'll seek the real thing if they consider you fake. But it's just like it's we're all children at the end of the day, like I think, and we all pay pretend, and we're all pretending to be adults. So we can pretend to be Native American, we can like them, and people will look at you funny, but who cares? You're having fun and you're exposing our culture for us, for them to actually, go see the real thing. But it's just like have fun with it. It's not something that it is sacred to a point, but it's just don't I don't know. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Just just play pretend, take it to you make it. You know what I mean?
a word of warning to those of you who have not been to powwow, or not been in contact with people who are dressed in our native clothing. Don't walk up to somebody and say, "Oh, I like your costume." A costume is something you wear when you're making believe you're something you're not. Regalia, that's your word. I like your regalia. Okay, so that's the big thing. Other things may be forgiven, but I will not forgive you for my costume. All right? Thank you, darling.
Hello. When you fought your whole life to try to educate others beyond just general awareness, what is one facet of your culture and identity that you wish was universally understood?
You explain what she said, please. I don't understand.
Sorry, can I say that?
It's something with the microphone and my hearing.
That's okay.
Got
Got
my
that.
translator here.
Gotcha. I just asked, after you've spent so long trying to educate others beyond general awareness, what do you wish was universally understood about your culture and identity?
That we are human. We are human. When it comes to Native Americans, Lenape means original people. The other tribes split off when the tribe got too big and created their own, either villages or other tribes like the Nanaco tribe. They're direct descendants. I want people to know that we are people. We're not toys, we're not objects, we're not mascots, we're real people. Come talk to us. Come sit with us. I don't mind company as long as I'm not trying to sleep. All right? But that's number one. I don't want people to say, ooh, that's an Indian. Can I have my picture taken with you? Well, you know what I do? Ask Roy. I go to places like the Boardwalk in Ocean City, Maryland, or whatever. And when somebody does that, I say, ooh, a white person. Can I have my picture taken with you? You know? You got to give them what they give you, and that makes them aware. Anybody else?
I think we have time for one more question.
Okay, everybody knows everything. No more questions. Thank you.
If not, I'd like to thank our panelists again one more time.
I do a lot. Yeah. Research in the past.